everyone, and welcome to today's puzzle. Uh, well, I mean, I don't want to optimistically promise there'll be more than one, but I hope there's more than one. As always, we start with the puzzle that was most voted on by supporters. So this puzzle was voted for by Naverio, Nordy, Doomdiat, Luda, Nell, Josh, Russ, and David. So thank you all for your support, and thank you for voicing your opinion on which puzzle you wanted to see. So we have this Meidjuluk loop. So I have briefly skimmed the rules, and I'm very excited. Welcome, pause, by the way. I should welcome everyone. Jay, Tom, Acid Helm, Lakia, Plonk Time. Welcome to all of you. We have somehow standard Meidjuluk rules, which is that we have to divide every none-shaded cell in the grid into a region, one of size 1, one of size 2, all the way up to one of size 18. And the only numbers that are allowed to be in a region are numbers that divide the size of the region. So, for example, this 18 must be in a region of size 18. This 8 could be in a region of size 8, or it could be in a region of size 16. Those are the two options. Also, I was double checking the rules to affirm for myself that this is true. You cannot you can't have repeated digits in a region. So even though 1 divides something, you can't have 2 1s in it, for example. We need to draw a loop of orthogonally connected cells through the center of some cells. So we'll get to use our loop tool, although it'll be green when we do that. And the loop must visit the following regions following their size order. I missed that when I skimmed this. So going from region 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to up to 18 and then back to 1. For each region, the number of cells visited by the loop is given by the biggest of the clues contained in that region. If, for example, this 18 cell has to be visited, is what it's saying, because the 18 means it's visited by everything. And likewise, the 14 cell, that has to be visited. That's what my little green circle means, because we're visiting 14 out of the 14 things. The 14 can't be part of a 28 region because we don't have a 28 region. All right, so that is the rule. So we have to remember this order thing. So this region 18 is going back to 1. Now, there's no... Oh, no, we do have this rule. Sorry, I missed a rule when I went over it that I didn't... because the loop has to visit at least one clued cell in each region. That is a thing I missed. So that means, in particular, there is a clued cell in every region. So one of these ones is adjacent to the 18, is what I am saying, ultimately. So we have that. Okay, so good luck. Let's see how this goes. So I'm seeing things like this one being interesting. J-Tire says this isn't in the 14 region. Is 14 too big for some reason? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, it seems like it's going to be difficult, but I don't see why it can't be in the 14 region immediately. And like this 9 could be in the 18 region. Like all of these things could be in the 18 region. I can do some little bits of coloring. Like I know that those are in different these are in different regions because 8 is not a factor of 18. I know that these two are different because 4 is not a factor of 14. Let's see. I wonder if I'm somehow supposed to decide which of the ones it is that is claimed by the 1 region. Is this one too far away? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, it's not. I mean, I think it's unlikely, but it's not too far away from the one thing. Okay, is there some reason why this 8 is obviously not visited? I'm trying to decide if there's something related to this. I'm doing pretty well today. I am slowly recollecting my sanity from the January term Sudoku course, which was completely exhausting. But now I'm into the normal semester and it's going fairly calmly, teaching combinatorics, talking about coloring necklaces, all that good stuff. Now, I like Jay Dyer's point that these 7s are automatically visited because there's 2 cases for each of them. Either they're part of a 7 region, in which case every region cell in it is visited, or they're part of the 14 region, in which case every cell in it is visited. And so the 7s are definitely visited. That is a very astute point, and I like that that logic. Oh, happy birthday, Pause. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Technically, I think these 2 7s... Oh, no, the 2 7s can't be in the same region because you can't repeat digits inside regions. Sorry, I was wondering if these 2 7s could be in the same region. But they definitely cannot be because the rules tell me they cannot be. But other than that, other than the fact that the rules explicitly tell me they cannot, it seems possible. The 7 is definitely in a different region than the 5. I guess the 9 is visited for the same reason, because there's 2 cases. Either the 9 is in a 9 region, in which case everything is visited, or the 9 is in the 18 region, in which case everything is visited. So the 9 is also visited by J logic. Hey, J. Speaking of J logic, we have another J. Let's see. Are all the 5s visited as well? I don't think so. Unless there's some counting reason, because I don't have a circled 15 to tell me that the one that's in the 15 region is counted for or is visited for sure. J. Dyer has counted the 2s and counted that there seem to be 9 of them. I also seem to believe there are 9 of them. So every even region has a 2. For what it is worth. That does seem like something that is very intentional. Yeah, every white square is going to be in a region. I agree with Martin. By the way, welcome, Martin. Yeah, the region N is always next to the region N plus 1. That is a rule that Selena reminds me of that I had already forgotten. I originally thought about it because the 18 has to connect to the 1. But then did not think about it any further. Every region of size divisible by 5 contains a 5. We know because there are 3 regions whose size is divisible by 5, a 5, a 10, and a 15. And there are 3 5s in the grid. But I don't think we can quite conclude anything from that. DWeb has counted the 6s and concluded there are not 3 of them. There are only 2. And so therefore the 18 doesn't need to contain the 6. Let's see. The 14 definitely contains one of the 7s. Ron, because we don't add any digits to this puzzle at any point. Silver Groove's pointing out that all the 5s are the highest digit, so there's 5 cells visited in each of those regions, but I don't think the 5 has to be the one that's visited. If the region also contains a 1 or a 2, for example, that could be the one that's visited, Silver Grooves. Yeah, every region has to have some clue because every region has at least one visited cell. Yeah. But good that you said it, because it's very possible that I am the one who misread the rules. But I don't think every highest cell has to be visited. It just has to have one visited thing. Unfortunately, I feel like this 1 could very easily be unvisited by the loop. I really like the rule set as a general idea. I'm trying to decide if there's a reason why the loop has to or has not to do this. I don't know yet. How many 3s are there? Have we counted the 3s? Hey, Doomdiot. Yeah, great to see you. Yeah, you voted for this puzzle, so I am glad to have you here for a puzzle that you have voted for. There seem to be 4 3s, so there are 4 regions divisible by 3 that don't contain a 3. Which is interesting. Not every region needs a 1 clue. Every region just needs a clue, Jobo. By the way, welcome, Jobo. That is a very good spot to J, because the 18 region is next to the 1 region and the 17 region. Well, there's no 17 in the grid, so the 17 only has 1 cell visited, and it's the 1. So this 18 region needs to actually connect not to 1 1, but to 2 1s. 1 on sort of quote unquote each side of it. Right. So the prime region, sorry, Jobo, I misread Jobo's point. Yeah, the prime regions all need a 1 unless the prime is present in the grid. So like the 3 doesn't need a 1. The 5 doesn't need a 1. But once we get past 5, the 7 doesn't need a 1. But then the 11, the 13, and the 17 all need a 1. And the 1 needs a 1. And there seem to be 4 1s. So that's the 4 1s, actually. So I think Jobo has it. I think the point is the 1s are all visited because we know where they are. 1's in the 13 and 1's in the 17, where it has to be visited because it's the only clue in those. 1's in the 1, where it has to be visited. And 1 is in the... I didn't say 11. Yeah, so all of them are on the loop, right, is the point. So I can actually draw that loop going through like that. That's really cool. And so now this is the true 1. Because there's no other cell that doesn't touch the loop with it. So this has become the Shemamino region of the puzzle. Oops. No. So we have our 1. I feel like it's been a long time since we had a Shemamino on the stream. Oops. Nope. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Shemamino, for those who are not in the know, is what we call 1 aminos, since they are so boring. Yeah, the 18 needs to get there, because the 18 definitely touches that 1, without sort of cutting off the 7, for example. So we're going to have to be pretty careful. The 18 can, I guess the 18 is going to have to go through one of either the 2 or the 3 to get there, and then it's going to have to get out. One of these is the 2, right? Because the 1 connects to the 2 and to the 18. So this is an 18-2 pair. So I'm going to write this in a ridiculous way, which is that I'm going to write 1, 2, 8 in these to remind myself that one of these is in the 2 region, and one of them is in the 18 region. I'm deciding if the 2 region has to take this cell, and it does, because the 2 region needs a clue. And if it doesn't get a clue, it's going to be a problem. And so the only clue it could possibly get is the 2. So this 2 is visited, and it's the 2 region. And so we actually know there's actually a border on either side of this 2 because the 2 is going up there or there. Okay, and then the 2 needs to connect to a 3. And Doomdiat is also on the 2 needs to connect to a 3 business. Because remember, one of these connects here. So it either connects that way or it connects that way. And so my... could I get to this 3? I cannot get to this 3. Because, again, I need to connect either through that side or through that side. But this one I can connect to. Silver Grooves, the 1... is in the 1 region, because if it were in the 11 region, we know there's no 11 in the 11 region. So the 1 would also be the clue for the number of cells visited in the 11 region. And so if the 1 were in the 11 region, oops, what did I do? Then it would be, then there would be 1 cell visited out of the 11, but there would be no cells I could add to the 11 region in order to get that, that to work. Hey, it's Avocado. Welcome. Welcome to this craziness. So I think I believe Doomdiat's point that this has to be the true 3. Because I don't have any... I can't get to this 3 at all. I'd have to go through here, and I just don't have enough cells. So I don't have any idea how to denote that other than to circle it, because it's definitely visited, because every cell in the true 3 is visited. And I have to connect out through here if I'm going to get to the 3. So we know we're getting there, at the very least. Okay, and so now the 18... can't possibly be here, can it? Yeah, if the given 18 is here, that 18 is squished between the 2 region and the 3 region. Because, look, I know this connects here. I could... it's obviously not going to do that, but it has to connect. It has to connect up, and when it does, it's going to block this 18 and make the 18 region have at most 2 cells. So this is, in fact, the 2, and we get to bring out Zach... for his rather angsty 2 dance. Woohoo! Oh, I guess we don't write 2s in the puzzle, do we? Well, whatever. I've decided it's a 2. He's going to dance anyway. Woohoo! 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 Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So anyway, this is part of the 2. So I'm going to go ahead and make that a region, which is now going to, hopefully Zach running into the microphone did not cause any microphone issues. Let me know if it did. So we do that. And so we know it only visits each region once, so it has to do that. And now, if the 3 region does this, there's a pretty big problem, which is what Jobo is pointing out, as well as Jay. If the 3 region does this, I now have a cell that doesn't belong to anyone, and we don't want to leave any cells lonely. And so now this is our 3, looking like that. Okay. And so, yeah, so this is part of the giant region. So this is part of yellow, if I want to denote that. And the loop has to continue here. Oops, not there. And you know it. There. Yeah, the 4 region has to have this too, because I have to connect to the 4 region, and there's no way I get to that. So I agree this 2 is in a 4 region. Yeah, that 18 I feel like is going to require some amount of efficacy. Let's see if I do this as efficiently as possible. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we've got just 1 wiggle of work. And so we're going to have to get the 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 all crammed in here, I think. Uh, uh, in order to do that. Which is interesting. Okay, this 2, though, I know is definitely visited because the 2's in the 4 region. And so we either do that or we do that. And then we immediately leave the 2 region. I made the 18 zag around this black cell because the 18 needs to get at least to this bottom row to come back up. That's what I was trying to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah. So it's not that I'm zagging around the 2 and the 6. It could well do that, but that happens to be the same number of cells as that is why I zigged it, because I knew that all that really mattered was how long the shortest path was. So the 5 region we know doesn't have a 1 in it. So the 5 region has a 5 in it. And we know it must be this 5 because this 18 completely cuts off access to any digits or any regions that have number higher than 8. Because there's no such thing up here by connectivity. And so this 5 is definitely the 5 region, and every cell in the 5 region is visited. I agree. This 2 is in the 4, so this 6 must be in the 6 by the same logic. So we've got that as well. Because the 6, unless that could be the 6, sorry, could this 2 be cluing the 6? I think this 2 could be cluing the 6, because this 6 could be in the 18. Well, I wasn't thinking about it that way, Selena. I was thinking about what clue do I have in the 6? And the only options are 6 and 2, but I think it could just barely be this 2 that's in the 6. Rather than the other way around. Trying to say something intelligent about this, but I can't yet say anything intelligent about this. Hey, Mr. Dunn, welcome. I hope I sound good at double speed. I'm told I talk fast already, so I bet at double speed I talk extra fast. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's true that if we exit down from the 2, I think I'm going to have to sort of somehow wind around this to the 5 and then go to the 6, which is going to be a problem because I have to visit everything in the 6, but I don't quite see an elegant proof of it as of yet. I can count the maximum amount of cells I can cram up here, I suppose. Yeah, the 8 here is not part of the 16. So the 8 is part of the 8, which means it's going to be visited, and then the loop is going to have to escape it, and it can only escape through this one outlet over here. So the loop definitely goes this way, which means that is not going to do much. The 18 can go that way if I take one of the most efficient paths, which is okay. Again, we know all the cells on the 7 are visited. I know I don't connect from the 5 to the 7. trying to decide if knowing the 5 doesn't connect to the 7 is useful. I know the 7 does connect to the 8 somewhere. Let's see, and I know I'm only visiting 2 of the 2 4 region cells. Just trying to see if I actually have enough cells to pick up the 6 with the 18. I think I do, unfortunately. Which is very regrettable. Daniel says that doesn't work for some reason. I'm not sure what the reason is, though, yet. But Daniel will probably tell us. Because I would like to say that the 6 is the 6. Okay, Daniel's saying that doesn't leave me enough cells. So in here, I would have to have the 4, 5, 6, and 7. And so I have 4, 7, 9, 12, 15, 18, 20 cells up here for the 4, the 5, the 6, and the 7. But that doesn't leave me with enough. So in fact... Oh no, so I can't take those, but that doesn't unfortunately quite give me anything. I guess it does tell me that this 6 is actually not the 18 clue, because I can't draw this any more efficiently than that, I believe. So this 6 is its own clue. So we've got sort of our own 6 region over here, which I guess now makes me wonder what this 2 is going with. This 2's got to be going probably with the 6, I'm going to guess. Maybe I can actually take it with the 18 if I go down an extra and come up like that or something dumb like that. Is it true that this loop just can't go here? I think this loop just can't go this way. I don't think that works, but let me try and convince you and then see if you convince me. Or see if you're convinced. If it does this cell... Oh, that cell doesn't have to be visited by the loop. Sorry, I was thinking this cell was going to need to be visited by the loop, but it doesn't have to be. So the other option of what it can do, actually, I think, is that. And that works. That's worse, because now this cell isn't visited by the loop and it doesn't have a region. So actually, the thing I was thinking about, it's actually this one that doesn't work, because this isolates this cell, and so this cell can't be visited by the loop. And so if it can't be visited by the loop, it can't be in the 18 region, but it has no other region that it can possibly be part of. Like, it can't be part of the 4, for example. So in fact, actually, I think we get that, which extends my 18 over to there. And this, I think, is not part of the 18 region, because if I go this way, there's no way I can finish the 18, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yep, will not work. So this is part of a new region. I don't know what region, but it's part of a region. And that region has size at least 2, so it definitely takes the 3. I'll make it purple. So we've got that. Like that. Expert says the given 4 is in the 12. That's probably true, but the given 4 is so far away, I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I think you're right. I don't think I have a super nice way to notate it. Maybe if I pull up my... there we go. I can do this. Oh, I thought that would work. Oh, I turned it off. That's why it's not working. There we go. That looks beautiful. Oh, but it goes away as soon as I click this. Oh, I can click back to my cursor and then it'll nope. Nope, apparently not. Let's see. Sorry, I have a new toy that I'm trying to use. It may or may not actually work. There we go. Okay, so there we go. Now we know the 4 is in the 12. Okay. Can I say anything beneficial about this stuff? Okay, Martin is saying if I go from here down, that's a problem. So when I go from here, remember I'm connecting to the 5 next. The only way I'm connecting to the 5 is sort of by going around here. The 5 would need to be, as Selena says, 6 cells in size to get there. So I agree we don't go that way. So I can put a none loop go that way point. And remember, I have to get from here to the 5. So if I don't go that way, then I do that, which seems really bad. But I'm not 100% convinced that's not possible. So yeah, this is in the 4 region. The loop either does that or does that. I think I could do something like, oh, I can't do that for a sort of funny reason. Oh, no, maybe I could. Sorry, no, I could. I could do that. Sorry, this is in the... in that. I have to remember this X is talking about the loop and not talking about the region, because this region has 4 cells in it. This came from my list of puzzles to do, which I think came mostly from Logic Masters Germany. It's avocado. There's a link to it, actually. If you look in the chat, there's a pinned message up at the top that tells you. Martin says if this asks a good question, which is if this isn't part of the 4 region, then it's definitely visited. And so then we would be able to do that. So if this is not part of the 4 region, then this is part of the 5 region, looking like that. I think that might be okay, though, unfortunately. Yes, I agree. The next cell that this loop takes, whether it's there or there or there, the next cell is part of the 5 region. Let's see. DUweb says maybe the point is we always visit this cell and it always goes down to the 2. Couldn't this cell be part of the 4? I don't think this can actually be part of the 5 region, but one of these, I think either of these can be part of the 5 region. No, the 2 is in the 4 region. That much I do know. I wonder if I should be looking somewhere else in the grid, because I feel like this is not being productive. So one of these is a 10 and one of them is a 15. I don't know if I can do anything with that immediately. This 7 is part of the 14. This 8 is part of a 16. I should, I guess, remember the statement that every even region has a 2, right? Is that true? Is that what we learned? That sounds like a very good question, D-Web. I like that. I like the sounds of that a lot. The 17 region has only a 1 in it, and it has to touch the 18. So remember, the bare minimum that the 18 can do is this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Somehow that was a different number of cells this time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16. Okay. So the 18 region has only sort of 2 cells of wiggle room away from this. There's no 1 here that could possibly connect other than that 1. And so this 1 is part of the 17 region, I believe. And if we believe that, remember, this is the only visited cell out of the entire 17 region. That means I think this cell has to be yellow, because the loop has to get there, and the loop can't get there without that. Oh, sorry. It could be that both of these are yellow. Darn it. Both of those could be yellow instead. One of those things is true. But yeah, the 18 loop has to reach it, and then we have to get out of Dodge as quickly as possible. And have 17 cells that don't contain loop at all. Or sorry, 16 cells that don't contain loop at all. So that means my 18's wiggle room is sort of spent over here. That means I can't get as far down as row 5. So yellow needs to stay only in row 4, because if I wanted to go to row 5, that costs me all of my degrees of freedom, and then yellow can't get to green. So that at least gets me 1 more cell. That gets me that cell. Oh, and I suppose that cell as well. These both have to be yellow, and the yellow does not extend down from here, because doing that would cost me more cells of freedom than I have. And I guess I have to stay under that cell to at least the point of the 6, because again, I don't have any wiggle room there. So all of this is part of the 18. Oh, I don't know about this not going down. Sorry. I know the loop doesn't go down. Oh, no, I do know about it doesn't go down, because every cell is on the loop. Sorry. So I was right for the wrong reason. Martin asks why the 17 can't reach the yellow 18. It's because the 17, by the 1 clue, has only 1 visited cell of the loop. So even if the 17 region could touch the 18 region over here, it couldn't actually connect the loop to the 18 region, which it has to do. Okay. Now if I come up over here, we're going to break we're going to have the 22 problem. Oh, Sorry, this is much easier. It's much easier. DWeb has spared me from having to count. I already have a 2 in yellow, so I have to make it at least as far as this under the 2. So we've got all of that. None of this stuff happens. Interestingly, the thing I thought was going to happen just can't happen, right? This is just nonsense. This version doesn't feature a loop. So I think I actually know the 18. I think it actually has to enter the 17 from the top, because this can't be isolated. And I know it can't go up. So I guess my point is this has to go left, because if it goes down, it certainly can't go that way. Right. So I guess the way to see this is if it doesn't go that way, if this loop doesn't go left from here, it does that. And that's just complete nonsense for a million different reasons. So the loop definitely goes there from the 18. Oh, and I guess I don't know immediately if it does that or if it does that. So now the question is, if I do the most efficient thing I can, how many cells are up here? And so it would be that many. 2, 5, 8, 11, 14, 17, 20, 22. Okay, so in order to get my number of 22, I actually now have to do that. Or we do that. Okay, now I can't go right from here. I can't go left from here without breaking the loop because of the amount of freedom in the loop. So I have to go up. And now I know I get borders over all of this. And the 8 can't now go down because the 8 is not part of the 22. So the 8 actually extends at least this far over, in my estimation, because the 8 and the 18 are different. So one of these two is part of the 7, but not both. It's true, this 17 definitely goes through here, is Lakia's point, because if I look at how many cells up here can the 17 possibly take, and if I don't take this cell, the 17 is maxed at 9, and that's nowhere close to even being the best that we could do. So the 17 is definitely coming down here. There's only 2 non-loop cells in here. That's correct. There's 20 loop cells out of the 22 cells. And the 2 non-loop cells, I guess the 2 non-loop cells are over in this broad region, which means that I know that this is a loop cell and it's a corner. So it has to do that. And now I guess I know the 2 is definitely part of the 6, right? Because there's nothing else the 6 could go with, or nothing else the 2 could go with other than the 6 now. So if I go straight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I go straight, it would be 5. So I can't bend, or I won't get there. I don't know what I do from there, but I know that these are all part of the 6. I'm going to have to start reusing colors, I think. So all of this is part of the 6. Oh, the 6 has to connect to the 5. The 7 needs 7 cells, actually, and if I count here, that's only 6 cells. So the 7 has to extend backwards at least that far, and the 7 doesn't connect to the 5, so the 7 definitely goes over that way. Wait, none of this is true. Sorry, none of that is true. Don't listen to me. The 7 needs to connect to the 6 and the 8, and those are both over here. It's fine. And that can be part of the 7, which almost assuredly is. Right. If this goes up, Jay Dyer points out, that's a big problem, because if this goes up, now I'm connecting the 6 to the 8, so there needs to be a 7 in between, but there's nowhere near enough room for a 7 in between. So we don't do that, which now forces this to do that. And now I know this cell is part of the 7, so I might as well give all of these a color of, let's make them green. And now we've got all of that. Okay, and I can't connect up here because then my 7 would be visited more than once. So if I can't connect up there, then I must go this way, and I must go that way. And I can't connect up here because then the 7 would be visited more than once, right? Or is that wrong? No, there's no way. Right. It would leave, right? It would leave the 7 before it connect. If I did that, it would leave the 7 before it connected to this circle. So that doesn't work either. So it has to go that way and has to go that way. And so now, almost assuredly, that's going to be the 7 and that's going to be the 6, but we have to still prove it. So DWeb's point is if the 6 takes this cell, then I now have to connect to the 5 on this side, and that's going to cause all manner of problems. So the 6 definitely doesn't take that cell. Owing to that X from before. And this cell's not part of the 5 or the 7, for sure. Just by connectivity, this cell's not part of 5 or 7, so it does not connect to the 6. So the 6 has to go up here. This cell's now unvisited, so it's part of the 4, because it would be a corner, but it would go through something I've already marked as being ungo-throughable. So these are both part of the 4. And now these can only be part of the 4 because they don't connect to anything else. So we can draw in that. And we know we connect from the 3 to the 4, visiting 2 cells. These are the 2 unvisited cells, so we now definitely come up here. So this is part of the 5, for what it's worth. So those are all part of the 5. So I can sort of give all of these a color like blue. So row 1, column 11 doesn't go down, or my blue connects immediately to the 5. So yeah, so this can't go down, right? Okay, so so that has to go there. 5 isn't done yet, so it has to go there. And then it has to come back here almost assuredly, like 90% sure. The 7 has to connect down here. This is a rare situation where... Oh, I've screwed this up. Oh, no, I haven't screwed it up. Sorry. This is a rare situation where I had sort of visualized what the answer was going to be, but long before I could prove it. So this has to be the last cell of the 5. Yeah, it was one of those things where it's like, well, this obviously works, but then proving that nothing else worked was quite fiddly. That's the sort of thing that only shows up in pencil puzzles, mostly. So we've got all of that hell region done. Let's see. What else can we do now? Oh, This 18 just can't go this way. Oh, no, it could, because then that would just be the 17. That would just be part of the 17 that would extend. That's right. This is the 9, and it has to connect to the 8. I guess it has to connect to the 8 through the 3, because it's not connecting to the 8 through the 2. So this 9 definitely goes through the 3. I can mark that with, let's do orange again. Like that. And now these all have to be part of the 8 or 9 regions, because if I try and put any other regions, then the 8 and 9 region will enclose something. So these are all blue or orange. Oh, in fact, yes, Garion points out, actually, I went one cell fewer than I actually could have because of the 2 being there. The 2 is also not part, by the way, of the 17 region, I should note. This is a loop corner, that's true. The loop definitely does that. Row 5, column 2 is part of the 16 region. I don't think I see how to prove that yet. If this connects straight over, does it immediately break? No, right? This connects like... I mean, I could use uniqueness and say that it can't be the case that both of these are acceptable. But I don't quite see anything yet. I think I proved the 8 region has to contain a 2, though. So I think this 2 has to be part of the 8 region. Because we proved the 8 region has to have a 2 some time ago. So I think that's definitely at least blue. And so something like that, I think, would work. Oh, I think you're completely right. I just extended this too far. Sorry, you're right. I was supposed to have highlighted these cells when I started this. Nebu is correct. Yeah, so I screwed that up. It's still true, though, that all of these are orange or blue. And it's still true, I think, that this has to be blue. And it's still true that this is a loop corner. Oh, right. It's because the loop needs to take this. In order to take that, it need to not take the 2. And the 2 we know is part of it. So actually we can re-justify. I mean, I did it just completely by accident. You are completely right. But that definitely is part of that. Agree. It is true. This still doesn't connect to the left or the right. Yeah, I think this could be part of a 10. I have no idea what this is part of as of yet. So I know this loop, I suppose I should point out, I know this loop does not go down from here. So do I know the loop doesn't do that? I don't think So, oh no, I do know the loop doesn't do this. I do know the loop doesn't do this. Because if the loop does this, I have to ask myself, okay, well, one of these is in the 18. What's the other one? Well, it's in a 16, but we have bad news for the 16. The 16 only gets one cell today, and it doesn't have a clue. So if it doesn't do both of those, then we know it goes left from here, and we know that this is a border with something. Oh, right. One of these is the 16. One of these is the 16, so it's this one. That was the thing I was missing. I at no point sort of appreciated this, the confluence of stuff that had happened here. One moment. Oops. So this is, in fact, part of the 16 because, yeah, the 17 connects to the 18 and the 16. And so this is part of a 16, so it's going to go out all that way at least. As many people have been politely trying to tell me for some amount of time. So that's going to let me extend the 9 over here. The 17 is certainly going to have to come there for sure. And the 16 doesn't connect to the 9, so we don't go that way. So this has to go up, actually. And the 16 also doesn't connect to the 8, so this has to go down, 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 because remember, it can't enter the 17. The 17 only gets one loop cell, and then we're done. 16 doesn't connect to 9 either, so it comes over here. And so as people are pointing out, now the 16 needs an 8, because we've already got 5 cells visited. So that 8 needs to be part of the 16, because there's no more 8 in the entire grid. So we've got that. The loop does have to visit every cell in the 8 region. That's correct. Right, the loop has to go straight to it. That's a good point, because going straight to it is the only way we get there in fewer than 8 cells. Or sorry, in 8 or fewer cells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and that's big because it sort of pushes the green over around here. Like that. It's going to have to connect one of the 5s. Okay. I'm counting these cells. There's 16 of them. One is part of the 18 and one is part of the 17, which means there's 14 of them. Sorry, 15 of them, because one may or may not be part of the 17. So 15 of them. But 8 plus 9 is 17. So there's more orange down here, is part of the point. Oh, if these connect over, that's a big problem. If these connect, the 8 never picks up the 2 now. So this can't connect over, so it's forced to go down. At which point this comes here, and at which point it's forced to go up there. And so now we've got a blue here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that is my 8, and this is now part of the 9. Okay, and so now we know how this 18 gets its 18th cell, which is there. And the loop now does, oops, not that, although it's kind of funny. We could leave it like that. It'll make everyone happy. So the loop does that. So we're currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it forced? It could do that, or it could do that, I think. I think all of those are options. Let's see. We definitely have to visit the 9, but I think we can visit the 9 in a couple ways. Well, the circles only mean that this cell's definitely visited, so I can get rid of the circles once I know what the path through them looks like, but I've been slightly lazy about doing that. But once there's already a cell in the loop on the thing, that I should get rid of the circle should be my reflex. Row 3, column 14. Yes, of course. Actually, can I? I'm not 100% sure that I. Oh no, I can. I see it. I see now. We can do zigzag loop like that. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure I know why this is true. Chat said it before and I believed them, but I'm not 100% sure that I now believe this. I think I'm going to I'm going to now apparently get rid of everything. That wasn't what I really wanted to do. Will undo work? No, of course the undo button will not work. Oops. Oh, is that undo? That's undo. Okay, there we go. I wanted to only select this one and get rid of it. I don't know if that's an option. Oh, let's see. Is this it? I can move the 12 off the edge of the screen. And then we will no longer have to think about the 12. I still have to think about the 12 because it's still on my screen, but I successfully got rid of it so you don't have to think about it. Oh, I bet I click the eraser. I bet the way I get rid of the 12 is to click the eraser. It turns out that is what does it. Let's see. The poor 12. Thinking about the 12 so you don't have to. Hey, Sarah. Sorry to all the 12 betters. The 12 has left the screen. The best setter who sets snaky regions that a loop goes through. That is definitely a Christounet special. Okay, so these are the 5. Sorry, these are the 10 and the 15. Silver Grooves wants us to pay attention to. So the reason Nebu is because if you count the 2s in the grid, there are so many 2s that every even region needs to take a 2 or we run out of 2s. And so in particular, this 8 region needed to take a 2. And so the only 2 it could take was that one. So what you're missing is that there was a sort of global deduction about the number of 2s in the grid at the beginning that is dictating it. Otherwise, what you say is completely correct. That's true. One of the 5s needs a 2. The sentences that we say. Okay, so I'm trying to understand this. Silver Grooves and Martin are trying to get me to understanding that this can't be the 10 because the 9 would connect to the 10, which would then, together with the 17, block off the 16 from connecting to the 15 at all. Because we know the 9 connects to the 10. So yeah, so we have a weird, funny connectedness argument. So this is actually not the 10. This is actually the 15. And so this is the 10, not the 20, the 10 over there. So this one needs a 2. This one needs not a 2. This one touches the 16 for sure. Okay, so Garion is looking at this cell and remembering that we know where the ones are. I'm using a very generous definition of we know, because remember, we counted the ones, and there was 1 in the 1 region. And then the remaining 3 were in the 11, 13, and 17 regions. So this is 11, 13, or 17. And so Garion's point is, if this doesn't take row 8, column 3, then the most size we could get out of this, and this is incredibly generous, would be this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The most we could get is this, but we can't actually get to 11. So this cell and this cell are always in the same region. Because of that, I'm going to make it yellow. I don't think it's going to touch the 18 region. It's not the 17. That's true. We know where the 17 is. The 17 already has its 1. So it's 11 or 13. And now I can't make this not yellow, because if this is not yellow, then I run into issues. I also know that these are unvisited by the loop, actually, because of the fact that this 1 is, in fact, a 1 clue. Okay, my 10 is over here. Okay. I don't quite see how I'm deciding which of those kinds of universes happens yet. There's no way this takes that, is there? I'm just going to claim without proof that that's too far away, and so this 10 has to take that too. It's not that every clue in the grid has to be visited, it's that at least 1 clue in every region has to be visited, Ron. So it's okay to have unvisited clues. So this is also part of the 10. I'm just going to go ahead and write 10 over it in a huge red font that I find very satisfying how ugly it is. I guess, and so these are all together, actually, for the same reason that otherwise I'd isolate this cell, and I can't isolate that cell. So let's make these blue. Again, we haven't used blue in a bit. And, well, 6 is not a multiple of 10. Or, sorry, 6 is not a divisor of 10. Actually, it's true both ways. 6 is neither a multiple nor a divisor of 10. Fun fact. Yeah, the loop goes through this 1. That is correct. Zondebug. The green circle in a loop puzzle is zeta notation for this cell is visited by the loop. This is without turning. So you're saying it has to do that because it will be broken if it does that or does that? I don't quite see why yet. I sure think this is going to be the 11 and not the 13. Can I prove that this can't be the 13? So, uh, so this 11 can't cut off this 2, is I think what chat is trying to tell me. Is that if I do that, I think I've now broken this 2. Because the 2 at the bottom needs to connect to 2 things. And so if I do indeed bring the yellow down, what the 2 at the bottom has to connect to is the 9 and the yellow, which would make this 10, but that's the 10, not this. So this yellow can't take this cell, or it would completely cut it off. So I at least am willing to go that far. Also, I have to go from the 9 to the 10. So I think the 9 always connects that way. Right. The 9 definitely always connects that way. If I don't connect the 9 this way, then I do that. And that has now made it impossible for me to connect from the 9 to the 10 because I'd go through this 3. So that's not going to work. So I don't quite know what the 9 looks like, but I know it always goes there. Which means it surely does not connect to yellow through there. And this is orange or blue, I guess I can say, per my previous orange-blue notation. And this is orange or blue for the same reason. We've got to connect somewhere. It's got to be that. Oops. Ah! Disaster. Okay. Okay, and so we've got that all at least filled in. Martin says orange is 8 cells already, but unfortunately by my count it's 7 cells already, which leaves it exactly enough room to do that. So this 11, if I count the spaces that the 11 lives in. There we go. Oh, sorry. We've got 12 spaces in which the 11 is allowed to live. I guess the point is, if the 9 came down, there would be 10 spaces in which for the 11 to live, and that's not going to work. So the point of all of this is the 9 doesn't come down. The 9 does that and is finished. And now we connect directly from here to the 10. Oh, right. Okay, sorry. Here's a smart thing for me to observe. Whichever way the loop goes from the 1 is not yellow. And so if I count, this is 12, but I know one of these 2 cells is not yellow. Yeah, as Zonderbank is explaining the thing that I was not sort of grasping before. And so therefore all of that is yellow. So we can sort of note that. And so yellow definitely, by the way, is 11. There's no way it is larger than 11 anymore, because it's certainly no longer, I don't know, whatever the other there might. Oh, it's no longer 13 for sure. Okay, so this cell must be blue or yellow, and it can't be yellow because blue has to connect to yellow, because 10 has to connect to 11, and this is now the only place where 10 can connect to 11, because remember, I know no other cell in yellow is visited. And so in order that that possibly work, this has to be blue, and this is the interface of connection between blue and yellow. And I know that 3 is not a factor of 10. And I know that this visits 5 total cells in blue. So this cell's definitely visited in blue. And so now Now if I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, did I do that right? No, sorry. That's 11. That's 11. Yellow is 11. Those are all yellow. Even if the first time I counted, I did not get the right number. But I'm not going to count again because I might count again and get a different number again. So this is going to come around like this. And now, assuredly, we're not going to form a little loop. So that's going to come through like that. And so this region now is 12. Just so that we're on the same page, this region is a 12. Because it's connected to 11 on the other side of the 10. So this is a giant 12 region. It's at least minimally at least this giant. Oops. It's at least this giant. This 6 is not part of a 6, and it's not part of an 18. So the 6 has to be part of the 12 as well. Yeah, the 6 is part of the 12. Oh, that would be cute. Yeah, I like that idea, Selena. I'll try and use that next time I'm solving Meidjuluk. Does the loop have to go directly to the 6? Yeah, the 6 doesn't need to be visited. This has already visited a clue. Let's see. We're only visiting 5 cells in blue. Yeah, there are 6 total red cells, so there are 2 more red cells on the loop. The red touches the 1 and the 13. That's true, because the 12 has to connect to the 13, and the only digit in the 13 is the 1. Oh, yes, we should probably connect the 9 region and the 10 region. That is low-hanging fruit. Let's do that. And so now we know what 5 cells are visited in the 10 region. Because remember, only 5 total cells in the 10 region are visited, so we get that. So we no longer have to worry about that part, at least. This is part of a 13. I might as well write, and I'll use patented Selena notation to denote that this is part of a 13. And I will give the 13 a color. It can be... We'll go for green, but I might regret it. And so this red has to connect to this green. Right. Because I have to connect here to there. So definitely the 6 is unvisited, is what chat is slowly figuring out. Or what I am slowly understanding from chat. Because if I actually did go up to the 6, then I would never get to the 13. Because the 13, again, remember, is the only cell in the 13 region that is visited. So I must either do that or do that, one of those. with my 12 region. Hey, 11 Tickles. Yeah, wow, long time no see. Great to have you back, though. Okay, well, this 7's definitely part of the 14, right? Yes, this 7's definitely part of the 14. Let me write that over the top of it. Oops. Oh, could you go up then, right? Probably. Oops. Like that would probably be okay. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. This 2 is also part of the 14. Oh, also, I don't think this X is real. I think this X is me misclicking. I don't need to visit the 6. By the rules, I only need to visit a clue within the 12 region, and I've already visited a clue within the 12 region to the King Ask Doof. Row 9, column 4 was missed as part of the loop. That's true, yes. For those who are new to this puzzle, we have been stylishly zigging and zagging into the black regions for no reason. I think the rule set is well chosen, but it is not intuitive. There are a lot of sub clauses in the rules that I think make this a difficult rule set to immediately read and understand every piece of. So yeah, I'm not too surprised. Like I think it would be very natural to say you have to visit the number that that is that. But sadly not quite. Right. Wait, why couldn't it be blue? Ron, I think this could be red or blue, right? I don't think we know yet which. Okay, I certainly now know the previous claim that this is 16 and not 12, by the way, because I can't get to the 4 anymore, right? With I can't get to the 4 with the 12. So this is part of the 16 for what it's worth. Oops, as I randomly draw things. So there are 4 cells in the 16 region that are part of the loop. Oh, this is part of the 16 region. Sorry, I'd completely forgotten. We have a 16 region up here. So sorry, this is part of the purple, and it's part of that purple, which is quite alarming and concerning, if I'm being honest. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so there's a little wiggle room. Okay, so remember, one of these is loop and one of these is purple, but the loop and these are a loop purple pair. And funnily enough, because these are a loop purple pair, this cell's never blue. Because blue is neither loop nor purple. And this cell isn't green for the same reason, because green is neither loop nor purple. So actually the green, we can actually sort of chase across the 15, at least that far now. Loop does go from the purple into the 15 at some point, and the 15 has 5 visited cells, I suppose. And I believe it has been claimed that this purple over here is 15, although I probably should make that purple over there a different color. I was going to go for yellow, but I see a reason why I shouldn't go for yellow, but I'll go for orange. Yes, who does own the 3? It's got to be the 15, right? It's not the 18 and it's not the 12. So this is assuredly the 15 that is owned there. Okay, so the 15 and 16 are connecting somehow. So everything up here can only be, this is a clever connectedness argument. Everything in this row can only be orange or green. Because the 15 and the 16 are connecting below this, and so can only do that. Actually, do I know that these aren't purple? Sorry, these might be able to be purple as well. Sorry. I think I have a little flexibility on the purple. Oh, I agree the 5 and the 3 have to connect. Oh, right. Sorry. So people are saying just connect the 5 and the 3. And when you connect the 5 and the 3, then that gives you, because the 5 is also orange. I just have not actually, noted that. Sorry. I was doing it as those two connecting, but Chad is completely correct. These two are in the same region, so they connect. So these are orange and green. Oh, okay. I had not, when I said these were a loop purple pair, I had not really appreciated. These are a loop 15 pair. Sorry, these are a purple and loop 15 pair. So it's the one of these that's loop is the loop 15. And the loop 15 is going to have a hard time going there, I think. Is the problem, because sort of like how much do we possibly have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We've got like 1 degree of freedom for orange to get here. And that 1 degree of freedom is not going to be enough to cram 8 purple cells into the gap between them. So yeah, so the 1 degree of freedom is not enough. So this is the one that's orange, and this is the one that's purple. So this is the loop 15. And this is a purple no visit. Yeah, the loop 15s were in town here not too long ago. It was pretty cool. Okay, so this is going to have to be blue, or blue's not going to finish, I'm pretty sure. But I'm not 100% sure. It seems pretty clear. Yeah, if I try and make the blue only come out here, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's not going to work for like a million reasons, not least of which is that isolated the 13. But anyway, the point is this is definitely blue. And if that's definitely blue, this is definitely purple. And now we know that the loop takes this. And so the loop is going to take 5 cells. And well, sorry, we already knew the loop was going to take 5 cells in the 15, but the loop's definitely taking that cell. Yeah, I think we can keep that going because I'm saying I can't possibly take 2 blue cells down here. 2 blue cells down here is already too many. So we're at most 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I definitely need another blue cell here, which is going to make another purple cell here, make another orange cell here. It's going to extend the loop, put in some borders for us, doing some real sort of retail work, if you will. Let's see. So now the 17 region extends. That's true. 17 region currently is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the 17 region still needs 7 more cells for what it is worth. Right. These two connect. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, and I've got sort of like one stray cell to throw wherever I want in the process of connecting those. These 14s can get a color, I suppose. Yeah, these 14s can be the new yellow. They're all part of the same band. Let's see, and I know this is all unvisited for what it's worth, because the orange is going to need to leave soon. And when it does leave the orange, it's going to leave the orange for the yellow. Yeah, right. This Selena is pointing out that we know the loop goes from here to yellow and from here to red in some combination. So there's a yellow and a red sort of scattered around here. Right. That's true. Yeah. So we have created Smooth Groove, or sorry, Silver Grooves points out, not Smooth Grooves. Silver Grooves has pointed out we've created a like one way only sort of corridor here, where orange, if it needs to connect here, it's going to need to go through here because it's going to be much too big if it tries to go around because of all of these non-orange things. I did not see that. That was a good eye. So that's definitely orange. Right. So now green has to extend to here because now green has a limited capacity to come down here. I don't really want to count it, so I'm just going to do it. Let's see. How much green can I possibly fit in this orange? Actually, not very much because I've got to do that. So I think I can only fit 1 green in here if orange does that. So I think actually I still need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I still need 5 more green. So I think that's also still green. That surprised me. I thought I was going to have more wiggle room than that, but I don't because of that that purple 4 there. let's see. Selena is counting and saying that if I look down here, that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. The 14 can't possibly be the thing that loops around here. And so Selena has done the math and computed. Therefore, the only thing that can go around there is the 13. And I think that's true. So we've got a green 13 coming around here. And we know the loop does that. Oh, right. Sorry. My Selena notation tricked me. The 13 loop has one cell, even though I've marked this as the 13. Yes. There we go. Yeah. So the loop does not do that. Writing this as a 13 as a note to myself confused me. Let's see. Yeah, I worry about how much exactly of this is going to now have to be green for sure. I'm not quite sure anymore. Certainly there has to be some yellow over there. Uh So the thing about the 14 is the 14 does have the property that every cell in the 14 is on the loop. So the 14 can't touch this stuff or it becomes too large. And so therefore I think these at least certainly have to be green. And since I can't get to the green over the top, I need to connect this green to this green. This green certainly extends left here at least. I don't think I can connect over here either. So I think actually all of that is forced to be green. Like that. So this 15 needs to connect to the 14, and then the 14 needs to all be in loopy stuff. Oh, right. Because green has extended here, it has also extended orange. Is Martin's point. Because we've been sort of like bouncing these back and forth. But once only one green could go here, the green had to extend. But now the oranges still have to connect. So we've got some oranges across there. Now once we have that, I bet our green's going to be forced to extend again. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes, our green is now going to be able to be extended. But once our green there is extended, I'm not going to be able to extend the orange anymore immediately, am I? I don't think so. So we've got that. So I think Jobo's pointing out these two 14s can't connect around this way, because if these 14s connect around this way, it separates the 16s. So actually this yellow has to connect around this way to the 14, not through this little way. And so I think that's going to force a bunch of yellow through here just for those purposes, because the yellow has to connect in some way. And so now once we have that, now these have to be green, because again, remember, the green has to connect. The 6 cells in the red region, Patrick, don't have to include the 6 itself. So we have that. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if red doesn't take this cell, it can only get to 10 cells in size, is Jobo and Selena's point. So that makes blue have to extend again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Blue certainly can't actually extend there, so blue's going to need at least one more over here. Purple's going to have to extend over there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Right. This cell's also got to be red, points out Jobo, because otherwise I can't get to enough. And now blue again is tapped out at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, unless blue takes that cell. So blue also takes that cell. Orange has been extended now, which extends actually my path to there at least. For whatever that is worth. That's certainly not where the 13 connects to the red. The 16 grows again. And if the 16 grows again, that is going to tell me what happens to the orange. Namely, the orange is going to have to do that, which is going to tell me what happens to the purple, because the purple is already done. So we can sort of finish that. And so now I think purple is done, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No, purple's not done. But this cell must be yellow. Because it's trapped between these 3, but of these 3, the only one that's allowed more color is yellow. Or sorry, allowed more loop is yellow, I should say. So we've got that all going on. So now 4, 9. So yeah, either that is blue or that is blue. People are saying this has to be yellow because it can't be green. Right. One of these is red and connects to one of these is red and connects to green, and one of these is yellow. Oh, right. The yellow has to connect to the green one, and now the only spot the yellow can connect to the green one is here. That's the point that chat is getting me to see. So that connection happens. There, and so now we can extend green underneath here. And then we can recount red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So red needs at least one more cell, which then forces blue to finish like that. Forces red to continue up here, but red is still not done. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So red also takes that cell, and now red is done. So green border extends over there. Now remember, I needed to take 2 more cells in red and then connect to green, so it looks like that. So we've got all of that going on. Okay, and so now the loop has to continue into 14 like that. This cell can't be yellow anymore, because if this cell was yellow, it would leave yellow. And so that cell is purple as the only alternative to yellow, and that is the last purple cell over down there. So that extends the loop yet further, like that. See, I am hearing that this is yellow. I don't see why yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, green gets 2 more cells, so green's always taking that cell now. Right. So the question is, if it's not yellow, what is it? Is the point. And so these yellows connect, so they trap whatever this is. So yeah, so the way to ask it is, if it's not yellow, what is it? And then that tells you that that has to be yellow, which is very convenient because loop stuff, because then it tells you that has to be yellow. And so this this cell is now in a similar situation where it now can't be anything but yellow. Okay, so how many cells is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so there's 3 more yellow cells to go around. Could be these 3, for example. Right, agree. So DWeb pointing out, we always make this connection because if we don't, we'd have to go vertically, and we don't go vertically. Right. Okay. So people are pointing out, if this cell was yellow, it would force the loop to do that. But now the loop is complete. And that loop is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That loop is only 12 cells. So that can't be yellow. It must be green. That's a sort of weird geometry thing. So that makes all of that green. Or sorry, that makes that green. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Still need 3 more green cells. That is the end of the 13. Good thing chat pointed that out. I didn't think we were close to being done the 13 yet. Yeah, so we've got everything here is 15s or 14s. And I've only got 3 more yellows to go. So, like, that cell can't be yellow. It's too far away. to get to yellow. So that cell is definitely orange for what it's worth. And then the orange has to run up the border, so that cell is orange. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, yeah. So yeah, the 17 is not finished yet. But I don't know what to do with that yet. Well, this cell's certainly not in the loop, so it's certainly not yellow. Because if this cell is in the loop, it would connect into a region that's not allowed any more loop cells. And so if it's not orange, or sorry, if it's not yellow, it must be orange because of loop stuff. So we've got all of that. Yeah, my yellow could do that, or my yellow could do that, are the two options that I see. Although I worry that this one is going to leave me with an orange that doesn't... Right, that doesn't work. So if I go up from here, it forces yellow to do that, which kills the green, is the point. Because now orange is forced to run over here. And it cuts off the green, but the green's not done. So the yellow can't go up. It has to go that way. And now, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cells. Oh, sorry, that is yellow. 12 cells. Yellow is still not done, so then yellow is forced to do that, but now yellow is forced to finish. So we get all of that. And now we get to orange the whole lower border here because of connectedness. And so now we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And so orange is done. These are both green. We can do that. And that is, I think, the whole puzzle. I think we just sort of finish it there at the end. Very interesting. I love this. I've only done 2 puzzles now with this. Things have to visit the numbers in order thing, but I really like this loop has to visit the numbers thing. Let's see. We're going to remove some X's. Yeah, so we can remove these X's. Oops. Selena would like us to keep the one in column 12, though. Can remove the circles, too. Yeah, it's a little harder to zigzag, without breaking the rules, but this zigzag is perfectly allowed, I believe. All right. Well, that was a fun adventure to start. Thank you to all the supporters who voted for this to be the starting puzzle. I definitely want to do something with this idea. Something with this, not this exact idea, but we did a similar puzzle a couple streams ago from KNT where it was a loop that had to visit things in order. I forget. Is that called stations or something? I want to try and do something with that at some point. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back, and a huge thank you to Plonktime, who donated 10 memberships while I was gone. So the following people got memberships. So thank you to Plonktime, DWeb, Daniel, Microstudy, Jalib, Paulfly, Ilm, Daniel, Anti-Knight, Thomas, and Kevin. So welcome all of you. Enjoy your Zach emotes, and thank you so much. And I'll get you a big donation dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated, Plonktime. Thank you for your generosity. So I decided after doing a 2-hour puzzle to start, I will do a maybe less than 2-hour puzzle next, which is this puzzle, Zippelcup by Flinty. So it combines 2 lines, which one of which I'm very familiar with and one of which I am somewhat familiar with. So along German whispers, that's these green lines, adjacent digits need to have a difference of at least 5. So it says they need to alternate high and low, and in fact, they need to do a little bit more than just alternate high and low. And so, like, one consequence is you can never put a 5 on a green line because there aren't any numbers that are at least 5 away from 5. So you get that 5, and then you ask where the 5 in row 1 is, and then it's up there. So we have all of that. But we also have these zipper lines, and the way that zipper lines work is that the bulb is given as the sum of those two and the sum of those two. Excuse me. Sorry, I had some chips. Now my throat's dry. And so always along a zipper line, every pair of digits that are equally far away from the node have to sum to the node. And so now there are some interesting things to note about what happens if you put a 5 here, which is if I put a 5 here, I make these a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. And if those are a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple, then these digits are both high. And that doesn't work because they're like from 6, 7, 8, 9, and I can't make 2 digits from 6, 7, 8, 9 that are that close to each other. So that can't be 5. And in fact, therefore, this digit is high, which we will denote by oranging it. So these are a 5 low pair. And if the sum here is high, maybe I can, actually. That's a little bit interesting. Okay. I was going to say something that turned out to be wrong. Let's see. Do we have a similar problem if this is 5? I don't think so. Not immediately, as far as it can do. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so Garian's pointing out these two can't both be high, because if they were high, we would run out of highs in the row, because then all of those, that would be 5 highs in the row. And they can't both be low, because if they're both low, then those are both low, and then we're out of highs in the row. So I can do my sort of usual yellow-purple. I don't know whether yellow is high or low, but I know that yellow and purple are different, and I can sort of carry along like that. I agree with Garian there. So those are purple, and those are yellow. So that is interesting. Let's see. So one of these yellows is 4, 6. One of these purples is 4, 6. Those are the sorts of words that I'm going to say. Ah, right. Okay, so here's an interesting thing. I can't put both 4 and 6 on this whispers. Because if I try and put both 4 and 6 on this whispers, they can only go at the ends, but the ends are the same color. So these are in fact from 4, 5, 6, and these are in fact from 4, 5, 6. Same idea. But now remember, these two add together to be that, which means that this is 1 or 2, because these are at most 2 apart. And this one certainly isn't the 6. This one certainly isn't the 4, if that were to happen. So we get that is surely low. Now, this therefore can't be very high either. In order that this works. In fact, neither of these can be very high because they sum to at most 6. 5 in the box is gone. That's true. So I guess that means these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and they can't be 6. So yeah, so these have to be from 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're both low. I agree with that. And one of these is low, and the other is 5, because I said these are a 5 low pair. So therefore, all of these are high. Because of these being a 5 low pair. This is a virtual quadruple, if you will. 57 Thorns pointing out that in this row now, we actually have all our lows, because one of those is low and one of those is low, and these are both low. So this, in fact, can't be low. So those are a 5, 6 pair. And so we weirdly know one of these is 4, but I don't really want to use it, but it's true. Because these can't both be a 5, 6 pair. If these are both a 5, 6 pair, then in this box 4 is yellow, and in this box 4 is purple. That doesn't work. So there is a 4 on one of these sides, and in both cases we know it's not there. So one of these is a 4, so that does mean this isn't a 4, but I suspect that's not the thing I'm supposed to find. So we've got that. Okay. I'm understanding why this can't be 6, Ron. Oh, it can't be 6 because I've got all 4 highs. Right. Okay, that's a good spot to run. Okay, so there's 2 highs here. One of these is high and one of these is high, and therefore this is not 6. And therefore these are a 4, 5 pair, and these are a 5, 6 pair. Let's see. There's some look ahead that says this isn't 2, but I don't understand it yet. I know Chad is very enthusiastic about it. But I haven't tried. I haven't gotten to the point where I'm plugging it in yet. Oh, it's not that. It's way simpler than that. It's so much simpler than that. It's that one of these is a 5. Okay, this is much simpler. In my brain, I was trying to say, okay, these can be at most 2 apart. But that does not work. No, it is not. I thought it was going to be if you plug 2 in there, then 6 steps down the line it breaks, but it's not that at all. It's the fact that one of these is a 5, and so in fact the furthest they can be apart is 1. So anyway, so that's a 1. And we get a one dance that I could have seen a while ago. Boop-a-doop, woo! Ba-doop-a-doop, wah! Ba-doop-a-doop, wee! Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you for waiting, even if Zach saw it. So there we go. So one of those is a 1. Now, DWeb was trying to convince me that one of these had to be a 4. But I don't think I see why these can't be 4. It would make one of those 9. But I don't quite see why that's bad yet. Yes, Avocado, hopefully this will be a little friendlier. I do see this digit can't be as low as 6 anymore. So one of these two is definitely 6. Oh, right. Because these are different colors. That's what DWeb is using. I see. So if one of these is 4, the other can't be low at all because these are different colors, which I keep not fully appreciating. And so the minimum sum would be 6, which would be too big. So 4 can't go in either of those, and you can't put 4 partway along a German whispers either. So these are definitely 4, 5, which makes that 9 because 4 plus 5 is 9. And so, oops. And so these are, in fact, a 2, 3 pair, which actually tells me that's a 5, which means that's a 4, and that's a 6 and a 5. And it's because 2 plus 3 is 5, and those are there. So we have that. And so now DWeb would like to place 9 in row 1, sorry, 6 in row 1, because by Sudoku, the 6 now needs to go up here. But remember, 6 only goes next to 1, so the 6 has to go here. And so that means all my yellows are high, and all my purples are blue. And so these are a 7, 8. And that is a 3, actually, because 6 plus 3 is 9. And 3, I have finally internalized some of the time, does not go next to a 7 on a German whisper. Only some of the time, though. I don't usually remember that kind of thing. So these are a 1, 2 pair, because those are the only things that go next to 7 on a whisper. And that does a lot of Sudoku for us, including making that a 3. Making these, of course, an 8, 9 pair. Making these a 7, 9 pair. Trying to see if that can't... Oh, this is the one that can't be 7, actually, because that's a 4 by Sudoku. So that was the only value left there. I was trying to do it the backwards way, which did not work well. We'll green the 5s. That is an 8 and a 9. Okay. So now what do we do with the world? All my yellows belong to orange indeed. So what about oranges along this line? So I can't... Oh, if I make both of these orange, then we end up with something. Because they'd have to be a 6, 7 pair exactly. But unfortunately, I think that works. Maybe I should fill in this digit. People want me to fill in this digit. That digit is an 8. Let's see. So these are a 6, 7 pair. So yeah, if these are... I really don't want these to be both orange. That's basically all I'm trying to do, is to say those aren't both orange. But okay. It works over here, funnily enough. I was thinking over here it was worse. because of this. Thank you, Flinty. Happy to do it. I'm enjoying it so far, even if I had a very difficult time subtracting 5 from something. So I was thinking 1 and 3 were going to be less good than 8 and 9. But it's not that 1 and 3 are better than 8 and 9 for this deduction. It's that the 9 here is more helpful than the 4 was over here. And so if these are both low, one of them has to be a 4, which means that's a 9. That doesn't work. So these aren't both low. They're both high. And these are both low. And so these are from, in fact, neither of them can be 6 either, actually, because the 1 in the column. So these, in fact, have to be a 7-8 pair, which means this can only be a 2, because only 2 goes next to 7 other than 1. And this is a 1 or a 3, which is fascinating. One of these is now at least 5, just for the record, because I only have one number that's not at least 5 left in the column. And this number, therefore, is bigger than 5, so this number is always orange. Hey, Manu! So this is 6 or 9. It can't... Or I was going to say it can't be 6, because these can't be 1 or 2, but that's not how zipper lines work. Because it could be... Oh, it can't be 3. Actually, I don't think 6 is going to work. But I think it's harder than... Oh, never mind. I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to instead do what has been suggested by chat with noting where do 4, 5, and 6 go in this box. And so 4, 5, and 6 in this box go over here, which means this can't be a 6. It's definitely a 9. And so these are, if you look at it, 3, 4, and 5, but they can't be 3. So these are 4 and 5. And so those are also 4 and 5. And so that is a 6. So yeah, surprise roping is what has happened. And so if you've not seen roping before, what's happened is these 4, 5, and 6 go there and there. So they're going to have to go here too, which means that is going to be a 6. But as soon as that has happened, it happens with the other triples in the column as well. So those are 2, 7, and 8. These are 2, 7, and 8. And so these are also going to be 2, 7, and 8. And these are 1, 3, and 9. So these are going to be 1, 3, and 9. And these are going to be 1, 3, and 9. I love the Zach roping emote. Yeah, nothing like a good surprise roping. That is true. Let's see. So if this is high, it's exactly a 7. And this is exactly a 1. Sure. That's a good question. That's a good question. You can tell I've done a lot fewer zipper puzzles than German Whispers puzzles because I did not think about asking about it, but where does 9 go in this row, asks Jobo. And it can't go in the bulb of the zipper, and you can't ever put a 9 partway along a zipper, and you seem not to be able to put a 9 there. So in fact, the 9 is always exactly there, which means one of those two is a 9. For what it is worth. So if this is low, these have to be 6, 1, 7, 2. Okay. Here's the way to see it. One of these two is high. I don't care which one. Well, actually, I do care which one, but one of these two is high, so therefore none of these are high. So these are at most 5. But if these are at most 5, that means this is at most 4, and so that, in fact, is the one that's high. So, in fact, the thing I've been trying to disprove this whole time, as so often happens, happens. And so these are a 6, 7 pair. That's the 6, that's the 7, that's the 1, that's the 2. It's the 8 and the 7. And now this has to be a 5 because the highest digit in the row or on the zipper has to be in the bulb of the zipper. So that is in fact a 5. So that's a 3. And these are blue, and that seems to be a 4 and a 1, seeming to be a 9 and a 1 over here. So we've got all of that. Oh, and in fact, that resolved, surprise, this up here, making this 5 and 4. This is a very playful sort of setting. I enjoy it a lot. Okay, so we've got a 2 down in one of these two cells, being the low. If this is low, that's low as well, for what it is worth. So these are either an 8-9 pair or a 2-3 pair, funnily enough. Let's see. I do see that my 2 lows for the box are definitely both along this line. So these are not low. These are high. So these are from 6, 7, 8 only, and are orange. Let's see. So there is a 9 along this line somewhere. In fact, the 9 is in one of these cells. That doesn't seem insanely useful. It's a good point. 6 doesn't go here, from a few people in chat. So one of these is a 6. 8 doesn't go down there. Okay, sorry. Nordy has the thing I'm supposed to see, which is that if I ask by Sudoku, where does 9 go in this box? The answer is in one of these two cells, and whichever one it is, it resolves the high-lowity of the whisper. So that is excellent. Hey, Laura, welcome. So these are a 2-3 pair, and it seems to be a resolved 2-3 pair. So this is a 9 because it can't be an 8. So this is an 8 because it's the last high digit in the box. And this is a 3 because it's the last low digit in the column. So these are both high, for whatever that is worth. So this is certainly not 6, so it's only 7 or 9. If it were 6, this would be a second 3 for the box, was my problem. So if this is a 7, this is a 4, and if it's a 9, this is a 6. But I have a rogue 6-7 pair in column 5. I don't know where it came from, but it does tell me that this isn't a 9, because if this is a 9, this would have to be a 6, which is a complete mystery to me. But anyway, so that's a 7, and this is a 4, which gives me the 6 and the 7 and the 6 and the 7, which gives me the 5 and the 4 and the 5 and the 4. And let's give the 5s their lovely green color. This 1-3 pair can have its blue. They were unjustly denied their blue for longer than they should have been. This is a 5 by Sudoku. This is an 8 by Sudoku. Sorry, it's got to be orange before it can be an 8. So these are both blue by Sudoku. And indeed, that's the 3 of blues, and that's the 4 of blues. So this number is 6 or 8. And if it's 6, that would be a second 3, which is not a problem for the zipper, but is a problem for the row. So this is, in fact, 8, which is then going to let me fill in a green and a blue here as 5 and 3, making that 1 and 3 over there. No 8, no 7. We have what the professionals call an I-wing here, allowing us to deduce that this digit is a 2, and this digit is a 9. That one is a 9. It turned out my gut that row 9, column 4 is going to be harder than filling in this zipper was not correct. This digit's now definitely orange. Let's see. The pair here are 4 and 6. And so that's the 4, and that's the 6. Let's see. And these are a 1 and a something else. 1 and a 7. Sure are. I'll just fill them in as 1, 7. This is 2 or 8, but by the column, it is not 8. So this is 2. And this is 8. Let's see. Yeah, I've quite enjoyed this Flinty. I suspect I will be digging up other Flinty puzzles if there are indeed other Flinty puzzles. This is a 2. This is blue and orange. Imperfectly perfect. I like it. Let's see. Oh, I can use Mark. I had forgotten about Mark existing because of earlier puzzle that we did. Let's see. That is 5 and that is an 8. And when I fill them in, we'll be done. Lovely puzzle. Great work there, Flinty. I quite enjoyed that. Yes, great 2-star puzzle there. Even if it took me a long time to see that 4 and 6 was not an option if I knew one of them was 5. All right, I'm going to take a quick break and stretch, and I'll be back shortly with another puzzle. Yeah, sadly, the mark button does not work with loops. Wouldn't you just know it? But I'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. I enjoyed that zipper puzzle, so let's do another zipper puzzle. This one by Die Hard, everyone's favorite Christmas film. So this one has some even length zipper lines as well as an odd length zipper line. So this is something I've seen people playing with. I haven't actually done one with even length zipper lines before. Digits in equal distance. I'm going to say, though, I don't understand what this means. Digits in equal distance from the center of a zipper line must have the same total. For odd length lines, the total is the digit at the center of the line. Oh, a digit on a zipper line also indicates how many times that digit appears on all zipper lines. Okay, so we've got a counting circle thing going on. And we've also got our killer things with 23s. So every cage contains no repeated digits and sums to 23. So, as an example, I know that these are all 6, 8, 9, because that's the only way to make 3 sudoku digits that are all different, sum to 23. Okay, so, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So the self-counting thing, the rule is you count them, and that's 15, and that is also the sum of the digits which appear on it. So the sum of the digits that appear on a zipper line is 15, for what it is worth. And so, like, for example, I know 9 is not one of them because there aren't 9 places to put a 9. And indeed, actually, if I look at all the zipper cells, they actually only appear in how many boxes is that? That is 5. That is 6 boxes. So in fact, I need to sum 5. Oh, I don't know that it's 5. I need to sum some numbers from 1 through 6 to make this work. Oh, 6 boxes, but only 5 houses. Oh, if I am clever, let's see. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. Box 1, 4, and 6, and 8, and row 2. Okay, that'll do it. So, so what DWeb has noted here is that I can actually use 5 sets of the digits 1 through 9 to cover these. So that's one of them, 2 of them, 3, 4 of them, and this row is the 5th one. And so therefore no digit shows up more than 5 times on these lines. But remember, they sum to 15. So therefore, actually, we know that these are the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with the digit 5 showing up 5 times. And so those 5 times, if we go back to DWeb's point, must include 1 in each of those houses. So one of these has to be a 5. One of these has to be a 5. And so therefore that's certainly not a 5. One of these has to be a 5. And let's see, what was it? It was these. It was that. Oh, sorry, I didn't use this box. Sorry, that box was not one of the boxes. Yeah, sorry, it is that one, this one. So I get a really weird corner mark. Here I get a 5. Here I get a corner marked 5. And then this row. So one of these yellow cells has a 5. Yeah, so the row 3 was that. Okay. Now, Mr. Don points out that if I remember that these are not just counting lines, they're also zipper lines. If I know that one of the 2 things on here is a 5, and the others are at most 5, this digit is definitely a 5. And so we can bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Hey, Kodak. Ba-boop-a-doop. Wah. Ba-doop-a-doop. Wee. Ba-doop-a-dop. Wah. Waha! The 5 dance, which I am told by certain members is the best dance. So there is a 5. Oh, and in fact, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple I did not appreciate. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9 for sure, and one of them is definitely a 7 for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Six, 8, 9 in column 3. Yes. Okay, that's good. So, so none of these are 6, 8, and 9. So, Those are 6, 8, 9, which gives us a 6, 8, 9 triple down here as well. For what it is worth. I might be able to start coloring these 6, 8, 9s. Yeah, Mr. John pointing out something that was noted before, which is that it sees the entirety of this line, but I'm not quite sure how that helps. Okay, well, here's an easy observation. There's only one 1 on a zipper line, and one of these digits is a 1. So nothing else on a zipper line is a 1. So all of those are not 1. As soon as that's not 1, I know that isn't 4, for what it's worth. Let's see. Can I do a similar game with 2s? I know one of these is a 2. Welcome, Screaming Ice Cube. I hope you have a quick, good time. Let me know if you see any 4s laying around. Oh, by noting that this row sums to 45 and these cages sum to 46, so these two sum to have a difference of 1. And indeed, that's the bigger one, right? Right, that's the bigger one. So this cell, so the whole row sums to 45, but these cells sum to 46. So the only difference is those two cells. So this one is 1 more than that one. And this one was not a 1, so this one actually is not a 1 or a 2. And this one is not a 5. And so, therefore, my corner-marked 5s actually move into this box into a more useful location. Okay, Ron is saying we can't make this work without the 1, which sounds plausible to me, because I do need... Can't I repeat the pairs, though? Couldn't I do 3, 3 and 2, 4 in 2 different ways? I think I could do 3, 3 and 2, 4 in 2 different orientations. I think that would be okay. I'm assuming that this tells me absolutely nothing. Yeah, this tells me absolutely nothing. 5 in this box is somewhere. I do know the total on this line isn't 6, because of the fact that there's no 1 down here. So the total is at least 7, and at most 9. So these are all either sum to 7, 8, or 9. See if I color this. Okay, so yes, okay, yes. So I'm going to catch up this cell. This is 6, 8, or 9. I don't know which one. All 3 of these digits are 6, 8, and 9 as a triple, but neither of these two is ketchup. So therefore, that's the one that's ketchup. And as soon as that one's ketchup, that one is also ketchup because I need to put ketchup in this box. And so now these two sum to a minimum of 14. So these two sum to a maximum of 9. So they're at absolute maximum 4, 5, which is a bit of a shame. If neither of these is 6, though, does it break? It does. If neither of these is 6, they sum to 17. And I would therefore need these to sum to 6, but that doesn't work. So it's not a lot, but I can at least say that one of these is a 6. I'm trying to decide if there's some weird geometry thing where because one of these is a 6, I know something about something, something, something. I don't think I quite do. Oh, J Dyer is saying these are not 2. Uh, how do I know these are not 2? Uh, uh, I don't. Is it just a matter of looking at what happens if this is 6, 8 and 6, 9? Oh, okay. So I see. So 6 plus 9 now tells me the maximum these sum to is 15. So these need to sum to at least 8. And so therefore neither of them is 2. Okay, I understand now. So these are from 3, 4, 5. Well, I knew that, Jay, but in my brain, I wasn't appreciating that there was a 6 over here, so therefore these couldn't sum to 6, because I saw that they could sum to 6. Uh, uh, right. So Martin points out something which is I was sort of turning over in my head, and I decided there wasn't anything there. But fortunately, Martin saw the thing which was there, which is that these are 5 and a digit that sums to the thing with 5. Uh, because it can't be that the 5s match. If the 5s match, the sum is 10, and I need to make the other two sum to 10, but they sum to at most 8. So therefore, this pair is identical to this pair. So we can also remove 2 from there. Let's see. These digits have to include something pretty big, I suppose. Am I going to prove that they have to be the same 2 digits as these or different 2 digits than these? If this is 6, 9... Oh, these could be... Yeah, maybe I don't quite see it. I don't know if they're the same or different yet. I don't think. Okay. I agree with Ron. This is never a 6 because one of these two is a 6 and it sees that one in the sort of funny way and it sees this one in a very direct way. So this is 8 or 9. I unfortunately don't know which of these 2 digits. Oh, I do know. I do know. Where does this digit go in this box? This digit has to go in this box somewhere. It doesn't go up there. It doesn't go in this row. It doesn't repeat in the cage. And this digit's not a 6, 8, 9, so it goes there. Somehow everyone has done this puzzle except for me. That is the only conclusion that I can make based on chat's reactions so far. Is it interesting that the maximum these can sum to is it can't go in row 9, column 5 because there's a 6, 8, 9 triple in row 9. The maximum these can sum to is 7, 5, 4, which is 16, which means this digit's always at least a 7. Just because of the fact that these need to be pretty large. Does there need to be a 7 in here? Actually, that's a good question. What if I don't put a 7 in here at all? If I don't put a 7 in these 3 cells, then the maximum these are is 5, 4, 3. And 5, 4, and 3 only sum to 12. So actually, I know there's a 7 here. So I, in fact, know that's an 8 or a 9. Because I need the 7 here or I don't get big enough. And now that 8, 9 is the same as that 8, 9. For whatever that is worth. But I don't know how these two relate to any of the others. Yeah, we've got a 6, 8, 9 triple here. I agree. Let's see. What else can we say? There's not a similar thing over there, I don't think. Okay, maybe that is worth pointing out. Okay, so someone asked the question, can you put a 9 in a 6-cell 23 cage? Which called my attention to the fact that there is a 6-cell 23 cage. And the answer is no, you cannot. So this is at most 8. Excuse me. So that means that one of these two is definitely 9 for whatever that is worth. Should I think about the fact that there need to be 4 4s on these? If I put no 4s on here, can I possibly get to 4 4s on zipper lines? I guess barely, right? I think I could barely do it if I put none in either of those. Yeah, quite unfortunate. I know for sure there's 1 4 up there. There's a 5 over here, points out Ron. So there's definitely a 5 in this cage. And there is not an 8 and a 9, so it's not that one. There's an 8 or a 9, but not both. And there's no 6 in it, for sure. Oh, and there is a 7. So it's either 2 and 9 or 3 and 8. So I guess that means there's a 1 in one of these cells for what it's worth. So these are from 2, 3, 5, 7, just to be clear. So that means that in these cells, we definitely have a 1 and a 4. And that means that we've definitely got a 1 in one of these two cells, for whatever that's worth. I don't think I can possibly put a 1 here, can I? Oh, I can just get away with it. If I make those 1 and 5 something to 6, I can get away with making those 8, 9. Yeah, there are unfortunately ways to make that work. Oh, but this digit is over there. Because this digit shows up in those. So this digit is only a 2, 3, or a 5. It's not a 4. It's the most marginal of deductions. But it's true. Row 3, column 8. And row 9, column 4 have to be the same? I don't see why these two are related. These two don't have to be the same, I don't believe. These have the same sum as all other pairs of digits that are equidistant from the center of this line. Which is to say it doesn't tell me anything at all. 3, 4, and 5. Or sorry, no, not 3, 4, and 5. One of 3, 4, and 5 all go down here by sudoku, but that's not incredibly useful. I know there's a 5. And I know there is a 3, 4 as well, so it's none of these that don't involve a 3 or a 4. And so these I at least might as well mark are from 6, 7, 8, 9, just based on that. 7 in column 3 can be corner marked. That's true. 7 is in one of these two cells. So this is 2 or 3 only. That's huge. Okay, that's huge. So this digit, what is it? It's not 6, 7, 8, or 9. It's not 5, and it's not 1 or 4. So this is a 2, 3, which means this sum is not 2 plus 3. It's 1 plus 4. And we know the order, and we get to bring out... oh, no, sorry. We already had Zach dance for this puzzle. I'm sorry, Zach. So that was very cool. Okay, so we got that happening. So that was our only one. Unfortunately, placing the 1 seems to have done nothing because I seem to have placed the 1. It was plonk time, Paul Fly, and welcome, Paul Fly. 4 in column 3 is now in one of these two cells only. That's true. Does it narrow down the sum of this? A minimum of 7. Yeah, I know one of the totals includes a 5, so it definitely sums to a minimum of 7. But I don't quite see what to do with that. Let's see. Martin says the max is 8. I can't do 4 plus 5. Right. If I do 4 plus 5, I could do 4 plus 5 twice, but I can't do 4 plus 5 3 times. So yeah, so it is minimum 7, maximum 8. This does require a 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's a good idea. So a 6 cell 23 cage, it turns out, as I've learned from Ron, always includes a 1, 2, 3, and 4. So there's a 2, 3 here. That 2, 3 shows up in one of those two cells, I suppose. In fact, actually, this 2, 3, if I just ask where this 2, 3 goes, this 2, 3 in the cage goes there. So this is, in fact, not a 5. And so the 4 and the 5 have made these a 4-5 pair, because I needed a 4 and a 5 in these cells. So these have randomly become a 4-5 pair. Twist. So these aren't 5, because if either of these was 5, it would make the total 9 or 10, which it cannot be. So that, in fact... Oh, sorry. So I don't know that that's 5. Sorry, I got over-eager again. But I do know these aren't 5. So these are from 2, 3, 4. It would make a lot of sense for that to be 5. If I don't make this a 5, these sum to 9, 18. It would have to be 20 or 21. No, 21 is what it would have to be, because it has to be divisible by 3. Can't be 3. Right, 3 is much too small to add that. So this is a 4 or a 5. I agree with that. Let's see. 6 in column 2. Right. 6, because one of these is a 6. So 6 in column 2 is in one of these cells, for what it is worth. I do agree that these are 5 and a number that is identical to 5. I know the 23 cage since no 5. Ah, right. This doesn't have a 5 in it. Right. Okay. So this now, thank you, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. And so in particular, this is not an 8, it's a 6. So we get a bunch of those filled in. So thank you for that point about the killer calculator. This is the most I've leaned on a killer calculator in a puzzle in quite some time. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and the 6 we've already gotten. So we've got that, and we know that's not the 1 or the 4. For what it's worth, that's not the 6 anymore. The 7 is placed because I have a corner marked 7 there, which tells me that that's a 7. This is no longer able to be a 6. The 2, 3 that's in here goes in one of these two cells with the 1. So these are always from 1, 2, 3 for what it is worth. So yeah, the other 8, 9 is here. These two 8, 9s are the same. Do I know whether they're X or not? I don't think I know whether they're X or not, unfortunately, as best I am able to determine it. I do know these are 6, 8, 9, actually, because of the 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple in the column. I think it can just get away with having 1. Daniel asked if this can have a 1, and I think it just can if it's 1, 5, 8, 9. And I don't think it can't be 1, 5, 8, 9, but maybe there's a reason why it can't be 1, 5, 8, 9. Let us see. Let's 6, 8, 9 is kind of interesting. I am being threatened with math in box 8 because these sum to 17, whereas I know that these sum to 46. So therefore, these sum to 46 minus 17, which is 36 minus 7, which is 29. And so therefore, these three cells sum to 16 for whatever that is worth. I don't quite see the point. Oh, this has to be a 2, points out Ron, because if I look for where 2s on zippers are, oh crap, no, not quite. Darn it, there's that many options. Sorry, there's also an option for that to be a 2. Annoyingly. I thought we were going to nail it, that it had to be that one. Oh, right. This digit is 1 smaller than that. I remember that. Right, it's these sum to 45 and these sum to 46. So this digit, oh, sorry. This digit's 1 smaller than that. Sorry, okay. So it's not 2 anymore. Got it. There we go. Okay, sorry. This digit is 1 smaller than that digit. So it's not a 2. And so now the only spots for 2 are these, which means this is always a 2. Which of course makes this a 2. By magic. Now this has to be a 5 because 4 would be too small. So that's a 5. And now these are 4 and 5. And so the sum is 7. So these are 2 and 3, no 4 anymore. Which means that's the 4. That seems to be a 5, so that's the 5. These 2, 3, 4s are the same. Oops. I bet these 2, 3, 4s. Oh, I was wrong. I was going to say I bet these 2, 3, 4s are 4s, but they're not because I already have 4 4s on lines. 1, 2, 3. Well, I already have 3 4s on lines, so I can't make a 4th one. So they have to be 3, which makes that one a 4. 5 and 4. So these did turn out to be the same. I don't think I was meant to interpret from the rules that they were the same. Certainly, it doesn't read that way to me. It's possible that if I'd have just assumed they were equal, that it would have made the puzzle much easier. So we've got all of that going in. Okay, so this should probably be resolved by math. So that is 14. So therefore, that's a 9 and an 8. A 9. In the CTC feature, it was a palindrome? Dagnammit, people. Giving me the hard version of the puzzle. Let's see. These sum to 8, so these are summing to 15, which is exactly useless. Let's see. Yes. 2, 5, and 7 seem to add to 14, so this needs to be a 9. So that is a 9 as well. Is not a 6. I think I would have enjoyed the puzzle considerably more with this being a palindrome. So these are 3, 7. Okay, so these two, we know the sum now, because these sum to 15, 20, 26, 29, and 37. So these two sum to 8, and that can only be as 1 and 7, I believe, if I did that correctly. I guess I should have just asked myself what this cage was, and it would have been easier, given that I have a calculator here, which is that it is 248. No, not 248. Uh-oh. Oh, no, it is. It is 2489. And so these are 2, 4, and 9, and that's the 9. Okay, that would have been easier. What about this? Those sum to 8, and so therefore these two sum to 14. And so if one of them is 6 or 8, so is the other one, except this one that's 6 or 8 isn't 6, it is 8. So we can fill that in. These aren't 8, and they sum to 15, so they're not 7 either. So those are a 6, 9 pair. Let's see. Oh, I can probably finish the zipper. Yes, that is a good point. Thank you, Lakia. So these need to add to 7. These add to 7. So that is a 4, 9, and 2. No 2 or 4. Let's see. Do I want to sort of just throw a mark all over all of this stuff? That seems like it's probably not the worst idea. So these don't involve a 6, so they're a 1, 8 pair. So those aren't 1. It's not 9 either. So those are a 2, 7 pair. So that makes these a 1. They're not 7. They're not 2. That makes these a 1, 9 pair. Means those aren't 1. These aren't 9. This one is now, that 4, 6 means that is a 7, a 5, 1 and 7, 3, 9 and 1. These sum to 17, so that's a 6, actually. Oops. I didn't do that right. Uh-oh. I screwed something up. What did I screw up? Did I somehow screw up this marking? So these are 1, 8. So those are 2, 7. So those are 1, 9. Oh, this cage didn't get added correctly. Oh, right. 8 is not 14 less than 23. That's the problem. Okay. So yes, I decided I needed these to add to 14, but that's not correct. I, in fact, need these to add to 15. I think, if I did this correctly. 15 plus 8 is 23. So yeah, so this is 7 or 9. Somewhat regrettably. Sad but true. One of these is a 5. Let's see. Do I know anything exciting about this? I mean, I know it doesn't. Oh, I can still resolve the zipper. Let's still resolve the zipper. 492. Not 2 or 4. The zipper does still zip. Okay, and that does give me the 7, which gives me the 8 and the 6, which gives me the 7, 8 pair, which now maybe means that I can smear pencil marks all over all of this. These aren't 8, so these are still a 1, 6 pair. So now that's 2 and 9. And so those aren't 9. That's not 2. So those are a 1, 6 pair, which means that's a 4. That is not. And so, in fact, that is an 8 and a 9 and a 2. And hopefully those do indeed add to 23. They seem to. That is a 5 and a 3. Let's see. So we have this over down here. So let us have a quick look at this. So if this were 1, these numbers would all have to be pretty big. Otherwise it's a 6. And then actually, if this is a 1, I'd need a 9 in this cage, and there's no way I can make this without a 9. I can't use a 9. So that just can't be a 1. So that is a 6 and a 1. Still can't be a 1 in the cage. Because there's no 9. So it could be 2, 6, 7, 8, or 4, 5, 6, 8. But it seems not to be able to be 4, 5, 6, 8 because there doesn't seem to be able to be a 4 anywhere in this cage because of the palindrome up here. So it is not that either. So it is 2, 6, 7, 8. And that means that this digit is always a 7 if I am scanning correctly, which makes that a 1 and a 7 and makes that a 5 and a 2 and a 7. Is that an 8 and a 7, 6 and 1, 6 and 2 and 8, 3, 5, 1, 4. 5, 8, 6, 1, 4, 3, 7. And now we can just mark the rest of it, and hopefully it will collapse. 2, 4, 6. And now, of course, we have to do math again. So this has a 6. If it had a 1, it would have to go with 7 and 9. I do know there's a 7 in it, but I think that covers everything. Oh, it definitely has a 7, but that did actually knock out a couple things. It's either 1 and 9 or 2 and 8. Well, it can't be 2 and 8 because there's no 2 in it. So it is 1, 6, 7, 9. So that is a 1. Okay. Garion has the much, much, much better way to see this, which is to note that these digits are odd. That digit is even. I want the sum to be odd, so this had better be odd, and so therefore it's a 1. That is much less bad than what we did. These are 7 and 9. 3, 3, and 9. We successfully made it through. That one felt like it fought us more than I would have preferred, but we successfully did it. I really liked the beginning with figuring out that these had to be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That part I found very cool. And then there was some coloring geometry, like these two being the same meant that was that digit. That was cool. So there's a lot of cool stuff here. A lot of math that was mathier than I would prefer in my puzzles. But overall, very cool puzzle and very cool idea. Like I said, I think if this had been a palindrome, like apparently in the Cracking the Cryptic feature, it was a palindrome, I think it would have been a lot smoother. All right, I'm going to take a quick break and come back with a short puzzle. So be back in just a moment. All right. Well, I said I was going to come back with an easy puzzle, but then I saw there was a Renban black dot Kuraban puzzle in the bucket. So instead of doing the easy puzzle, we're going to do the Renban black dot Kuraban puzzle. So we have our killer cages that say that these two things sum to 5. So they're from 1, 2, 3, 4. And then black dots mean that there's a ratio of 2 to 1. So one is double the other. And then we have our Renban, which of necessity contain a string of consecutive digits, but in some random order. It can be in the right order. It can be in the wrong order. It all works out. And so I know that we get our usual 1, 2, and 4 live up here. And this is a 2, 4 in the center. That's just because of the fact that you need to do that in order to get a string of black dots like this. Note it doesn't apply. Sorry, why does it have to have a 1? I don't know. Because I've done too many 6x6s recently. That's why. It has to have a 2 and a 4 in order to make this work, and that has to be a 2, 4 in the middle. Note it doesn't apply to this because this could be 3, 6. My immediate question is if there's a reason why these two have to be different. And all I notice is that if they're the same, those digits go up there. And if they're the same, those digits appear here on the diagonal. But I don't think that does anything. So I don't know that I can do anything with that. Now, I do know that this Renban is 8 long. So it definitely contains a 2 and a 4 somewhere along it that are not there. Yeah, we can certainly mark these. So normally you could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, but these can't be 4, 8. Is what chat is pointing out because 4, 8 are too far apart. 3, 6 would make this 4, 5. Don't quite see what to do with that. That's interesting. These Renban always have a 3, because either this is 3, 6 or it's smaller than 3, 6, and in either case, we end up with a 3. So we actually know that there's sort of 2 3s covering this this shape. So let's make that yellow and let's make that green and mark that we know there's a 3 there and a 3 there. And indeed, the same is true of 4s for the same reason. So neither of those cells is a 3 or a 4, apparently, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Good night, Mr. Don. I think it was only 4. I wouldn't have started it if it said it was 5, in my version of the list, at least. Oh, crap, it does say it's 5. Well, I wouldn't have started it if I had counted the stars correctly. How about that? So 1, 4 would be very reasonable for this, I think. We'll try and make it a real quick 5 stars. I'm still trying. I still feel like the question is, are these the same or different? And I still don't know the answer. Counting stars is very difficult. So those aren't 3 or 4. Okay, so Daniel pointing out, if these two digits are in fact equal, they're ruled off of the entire stop sign. So the only repeated digit that these can be is 1, because this is a length 8 Renban, and so the stop sign needs all of those. So these are always, in fact, from 1, 2, 4, 8, even given that. Okay, so these are both 1, 4, then these are both 2, 8, these are both 2, 3. Right. This can't be an 8, funnily enough, because if this were 8, these would both be 4, which would rule 4 off the Renban. And if this were 1, those would both be 2, which would rule 2 off the Renban. So it's 2, 4 for a completely different reason than that was 2, 4, funnily enough. Okay. Oh, no. I was noticing this 2, 4. If this 2, 4 is in either of these 5 cages, it's not in both 5 cages. So if these two 5 cages are the same, it's the version of a 5 cage that doesn't include this 2, 4. Because this 2, 4 on the diagonal has to go in the box with one of the 5 cages. For whatever that is worth. Hey, Kurban, I hope you're doing well. They can't both be 8, but I don't see why that means one of them can't be 8. Let's see. 12-hour shift. Oof. So I kind of want to at least mark that this can't be 3 or 4. So this is never 6 or 8. So this is always at least a little digit. It's the smallest of things, but it is kind of a thing. And so I guess this is going to work out the same way, where this is going to be from 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is going to be from 1, 2, 6, 8. If I followed that along well. Trying to understand what people are talking about with the ones and diagonals. I don't understand exactly what people are talking about with the ones and the diagonals. Now, funnily enough, I guess that's not true. I was going to say this digit has to show up over there, but it doesn't have to. Where would you put the 2? Okay, so if these are double 1, these are 2, 3, and that's a 2. Got it. Okay, wow. Yeah, so these aren't double 1. Okay, I now understand the point. So the only way these were repeated is if they were both 1, But if they were both 1, that actually puts a 2 in all of these places, which rules 2 off the entire diagonal. So these are, in fact, different, if you would like. So we've got that. I don't really know how I'm going to mark this, but I'm just going to make it orange and blue for now. Oh, and 124 doesn't work either, because 124 causes exactly the same problem. Wow, that's clever. So if this is a 2, it just breaks because it puts 1 and 4 there. Okay, I see how this puzzle was made now. And that rules it off the diagonal entirely. So that's very clever. So this is a 4, and we get to do our 4 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. That is very cool. So that makes these a 2-8 pair. And so now one of these is a 1-4. And one of them is a 2-3 because one of these boxes has a 4 on the diagonal. And one of these boxes, and one of these 2 digits is a 2. So the 2 makes one of them into a 1-4, and the 4 on the diagonal makes one of them into a 2-3. So if I want to continue haphazardly coloring and pretending I know what's going on in this puzzle, I will color my 2 cages like that and mark that this digit is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I think I should probably think about what this is all telling me. I think I'm going to try and just remember that these are different. Although if I remembered that they were different, I wouldn't have written 8 into that cell. And think about what it means that one of these is 1-4. I guess it doesn't tell me that much. It's not going to put that much pressure on these immediately, at least. Let's see. Okay, that's a good spot. So 4 on the long Renban, McD points out, goes in only one of these 2 spots. So I'll make those blue and say one of those 2 is a 4. Which creates a weird sort of pair, I guess, with this this V down here. Garian's suggesting we just count how many 4s there are. We know there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then each of these have 1, so that's 7 and 8. And so there's only one more 4 that's not on one of the Renban that we have not already marked. Which would almost tell us that these don't involve a 4, but sadly does not quite. Yeah, but the 4 on the diagonal is going to be one of the ones on one of the Renban, probably. So I can't count the one on the diagonal and the one on the Renban necessarily. Yeah, I did count one per 6-cell Renban. Okay, so let's count the 4s again. So 1 is here, 2 is here, 3 here, 4 here, 5 here, 6, 7 for these, and 8. And so that is still leaving us 1 4. Now we could count it smarter, but that's counting all the Renbans and everything. Okay, so I'm being encouraged by Kyle to ignore boxes 4, 7, and 8, and just count the diagonals in the other, or the 4s in the other boxes. In which case we get 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6. Okay, so yes, so the remaining 4 that is left is in one of these 3 boxes, if I sort of count this the right way. So that means these don't have 4s on them. Which sounded like it would be useful, but maybe does absolutely nothing. Let's see. I guess it does get rid of the 8s. That's true, because you can't have an 8 without a 4. These can't both be 1, 2, because if they're both 1, 2, it makes these a 4, 8 pair. It's possible that these can both be 3, 6. If they're both 3, 6, then I make I don't know. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with them both being 3, 6 a priori. Probably there's something wrong with it being 3, 6, but I just don't see what it is. With them both being 3, 6, I mean, just based on how this puzzle has gone so far, it feels like something should be wrong with one of them being that. See, Garion hypothesizes that them both being 6 is going to knock 6 off of this Renban. So it certainly removes 6 from all of those cells. What would stop there from being a 6 in one of these 2 cells? Oh, because if this is a 6, then one of these 2 is a 6. That's the point, because there's definitely a 6 on the length 6 Renban. So yeah, so if these are both 6, I agree with Gary, and if these are both 6, then through the magic of a combination of Sudoku, the diagonal needing a 6, and these 2 length 6 Renban needing a 6, you can't put a 6 on the length 8 Renban. So these can't both be 1, 2, and they can't both be 3, 6. So this cell sees a 1, 2, 3, 6 quadruple. And of course, there's a 2 and a 4 in the box. So this is from 5, 7, 8, 9. I guess I can try giving this a color as well. Let's see. I have not used orange yet for anything. And I have not used human flesh for anything yet. So we'll do that. So these are different. So probably should be asking about how orange interacts with the 5 cages, maybe, or something. And I know this digit isn't a 6. Hey, Halen, I hope you're doing well. Because one of these two is definitely a 6. So that tells me that's not a 6. Do I know one of these has to be 3, 6? Is that a thing we've proven? I don't think we've proven this. I can certainly prove they're not both 3, 6. So one of them is from 1, 2, 4. Hey, Ransk. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Yeah, if the dot is 3, 6, then the other two have to be 4, 5. Is that interesting? Oh, okay. Right. Okay, yes. So they can't be 3, 6 at all. Because here's Garian's point. If one of these is 3, 6, where does the 3 go on the other Renban? It goes there. And so that would be 3, 6 as well. And that would rule 6 out of both of these. But that would make orange and human flesh the same. And we know those are different flavors. So these aren't 3 or 6. So that seems powerful. Now these can't both be 1, 2 either, because if they're both 1, 2, it would make these both 3, 6, and we've proven that doesn't work. There is always a 2 on the Renban, right? Because these either themselves are 2 or they're actually, sorry, there's just always a 2, right? It's not any more complicated than there's always a 2 on the black dot. So these are never 2. And if those are never 2, that means these are never 1. Let's see, which now means this digit can't be 2 or 3, for what it's worth. Right. One of these is a 1, and so one of these Renban is 2, 3, 4, 5. So just to write this out, these are certainly now from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because they either have a 1 and a 2 or just a 2. And so we've got that. This digit now is only 7, 8, or 9, because this digit sees a 1, 2, 3, 4 Renban, and it sees a 2, 3, 4, 5 Renban. If you're concerned these could both be 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe that's possible, but it also sees a 1 there. So this digit's only 7, 8, or 9. For what that is worth. Let's see. It's going to mean one of these is fairly high, I guess. Okay, let's see. Kurban says if this is a 1, 2, they're both 1, 2. Because if this is 1, 2, it makes that 3, 4, which then makes this 1, 2, which then breaks because of the orange creamsicle problem. But doesn't the same work the other way? If this is 1, 2, then those are 3, 4, and that makes this 1, 2. So neither of them is 1, 2. They are both 3. They are both 2, 4. It looks like to me. Which means there's no 4s over there and no 2s over there. Get rid of my 4s and my corner marks. Let's see. And that is going to presumably do something. Let's see. Afraid Not says this can't be 2. Because of where we need our 4s to go. So let's remember what our bits about 4s were. We needed, that's 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 and 5. And so if we try and put a 4 in one of these 2 cells, then actually in order to put the 4s in this corner of the world, we're going to need to put 7 4s in 6 boxes. That is very astute. I like that. So so this can't be a 2. So we get a 2-8 pair here. So that digit's now also not an 8. So yeah, we've got now sort of like a one of these is a 2 and one of these is a 2 kind of thing going on. Yeah, the 4 in box 4, I guess, is over here somewhere. Unknown. Let's see. 4 in box 6. Oh, I know this isn't a 4. So 4 in box 6 is in one of these 2 cells. Okay, so I want to think about Rank's point about 2 along this 8-cell Renban. So it doesn't go in that cell because, again, one of those 2 is 2. It doesn't go in that cell because one of those is 2. Do I know it's not in any of these 4 cells? Yes, I know it's not in those cells either because because this is either 2 or 8, and if it's 8, there has to be a 2 down there. So I think one of those is a 2. Look at how that affects box 4. The pointing force from box 6. Oh, the pointing force from box 6. So it would place a 4 down there. But I don't think there's anything. Garion would like pencil marking for 4 in box 2. Not in any of those cells. Not there. Not there. Okay, so the 4 and so I guess I could just remove my blues and just say that the 4 here is in one of those two cells and the 4 here is in one of these two cells. And try and be content with that. The 4 in box 2 has actually given us a digit. So we actually have a 2. Did we ever do a digit dance? I'm going to let Zach do a 2 dance, even though Zach might have danced for the 4 earlier. But Zach may have missed his contractual dance obligation. So Zach is going to come out and do the 2 dance. Duka, 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 duka. Woohoo! 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 Thank you, Zach. Don't worry, Zach is being paid in exposure. So that is going to unravel a lot of stuff. So that is going to give us those as 1, 4. And now that means these are 2, 3. This is going to be 2 and 1. That is going to be 8 and 2. And I think, and that is going to become a 5 apparently, and a 3. The 1, 4 looks up and places that 4, which places that 4. And I think suddenly our color palette has become redundant if I hit the right hotkey. There we go. So we can color again now. Let's see. So we've got a whole bunch of 2s in the grid now. So we need a 2 along this diagonal. In fact, we need a 2 exactly here on this diagonal. There's no other place for it, I believe. Which gives me the 4 and the 2. Gives me the 1 and the 4. 4 along this diagonal is here. Jim sees. Do I know anything about 3? I don't think I know anything about 3. I know one of these two is a 6 I should fill in because this 6, well, this thing needs a 6. So ranks, if this was 8, then there's no place to put 8 on this whole stop sign, Renban. It rules 8 off a length 8 Renban. That was part of the break-in. I should pencil mark 3 in box 3. It goes in one of those 2 cells. So, right, that pencil mark. I missed a corner marked 3. So if I look at the 3s looking into this box now, they place the 3 there. And so now 3 along the diagonal is now entirely in this box. Oh, in fact, 3 along the diagonal now is there exactly, apparently. So I'm told there's only 1, 4 left, and it seems to go there. So this Renban is lacking a 3. So it is from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In fact, actually, that's what it is, isn't it? Isn't that the right number of digits? Yeah, that is the right number of digits. So, so we've got all of that. Uh-oh, I did not write 6 in for no good reason. Sorry, I deleted 6 pencil marks. I did not put in 6 as a candidate because there was already a 6 on the Renban, but you see the 6 is not actually on the Renban. was the problem with my logic, is that you should only rule 6 off the Renban if or only consider there being a 6 on the Renban if there's actually a 6 on the Renban. Oh, I don't know how I did that. Okay. Oh, is that the only 6? That's apparently the only 6. Let's see, Sayori likes 2 in box 4. Looks good. It gets us a little bit more stuff. Can this digit be a 1? Well, I'm noticing that one of these two cells is a 1 because I need to put a 1 on the diagonal eventually. But I don't see much else beyond that. I was, let's see, 8 in box 1. Don't see that yet. 1 in row 6. Ah, yes, there we go, Kurban. 1 in row 6. So 1 on the diagonal is in one of these two cells, but 1 in row 6 is in one of these 3 cells, so therefore 1 has to go there, which then does indeed, unfortunately, make that a 1, which is not what I had hoped it would be. Let's see. So we've got a 1 sort of hanging out over here. Oh, 1 in column 4. This Renban doesn't have a 2 on it, is the point. And so if this Renban doesn't have a 2 on it, it doesn't have a 1 on it. And so the 1 now is there exactly. A good spot to Mekti there. If this Renban has a 3 on it, the 3 goes exactly there. Is there a reason why this Renban needs a 3? Well, this Renban does need an 8, points out Martin, because I know it doesn't have a 2, so it's at least 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so the 8 goes there. We can center mark this column. That also places 1 in box 2. It does, per ranks. Very good. Let's see. 8 in row 7. 8 in row 7 gets plonked exactly there, sniped by Garion before its time. Let's see. This is a 5, 7, or 9. Column 8 tells you there's a 1 in one of these two cells. I don't know which one, but that certainly makes this Renban 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But it already has its 2 and its 4. So we can sort of fill those in. Okay, and so people had some clever points about this Renban, like that digit's not a 6, for example. And that this digit is just an 8 by sudoku, for example. I think someone else had something placed on the on this ring as well. Oh, it's the 1. The 1 goes here, right? Now. So we'll go ahead and place the 1. Let's see. So this is a 5, 7, or 9. I'm just going to be lazy and have Mark do it for me. How am I doing on 1s? I've still got a 1 over here and a 1 over here, I suppose. Okay. So MJ points out one of these two is a 3. And whichever one it is, it says that's not a 3. And these two aren't 3. So therefore, this Renban is, in fact, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 again. So we've got that. So we have 5, 6, 7, 9 left on the diagonal, Laura tells us. 3 in column 5 is actually placed here, points out Mekdi and Martin. So yeah, we've got a little Zach wing of 3s hanging out over here. Let's see, are there any exciting cells that see a bunch of the diagonal? I don't think we have any of that kind of thing going on presently. Let's see. This is not 5 because I know one of these is 5, is Todd's point. So this is 3, 6, or 7. One of these seems to be a 1. Let's see. Let me smear some pencil marks around, see what happens. It did not end well. I will note that one of these is an 8, though, just in case it becomes useful. 9 column 8 is not a 5 because of the same story. One of these two is the 5 for this Renban, so this is never a 5. Let's see. This digit, is it that digit? I don't think I know. I've got all the 2s, got all the 4s. Still have a little bit to do on 1s. 5s, I've only got 1 in the entire grid, so that's not ideal. Am I supposed to count the 5s in a similar way? Maybe not. I was hoping I was going to get something about 5 on the diagonal. Wow, that's a very Sayori spot. Where does this digit go in row 4? And the answer is only there. And so it can't be 5 because there's already a 5 in the box. So this digit cannot be 5. So this digit is a 7, which makes that not 7 and these not 7. Means one of these is a 7 and not a 9, actually, because now those are a 6-9 pair. So these are a 5-7 pair. So that has become a 9. That is not a 7. These are a pair of something. They're not 6 or 9. They're 1 and 5. This cell sees the 3, 5, 6 triple. So it's not a 5 or a 6 by Zeta's favorite deduction. This 1-5 pair looks at that cell, so that's a 7 and that's a 5. So those are not 5. So one of these two is a 7. That is a 7, apparently, which has made that a 9, made that a 6 and a 5, 1 and a 5. These are not 6. These aren't 9. Those are a 3-6 pair, which makes this a naked single, making that a 5, and that a 6. making that a 9 and a 5. The 7 and a 9, apparently. This already has a 7 on it, so that's a 5 and a 6. And a 3 and a 6 and a 3. And a 9 and a 6 and a 5. I think I can probably mark the grid now. 9, 7, 6, 9, 7, 9, 8, 6, 7, 5, 7, 8, 8, 7, 9, 8, and 1. Phew, we made it through. I thought I was being ambitious by choosing a 4-star puzzle to wrap up stream, but then I accidentally chose a 5-star puzzle to wrap up stream. But that was quite nice setting, and the amount of symmetry here is ridiculous because it looks like you've got sort of even symmetry on these black dots. It's not quite true, but yeah, very neat. I always enjoy this sort of combination. Oh, it's interesting. I think the break-in here actually didn't involve the Renban at all. I think the break-in here involved the observation about the way that this interacted. Oh, no, we needed the Renban to rule out 3-6 or something. But there are some really cool interactions between the 5 cages here, and the diagonal. All right, well, that is going to be all from me today. Thank you so much for hanging out. It's always great to see all of you and get to hang out and do puzzles with you to start my weekend. So thank you so much. Welcome to all the new setters, by the way, and the new other folks who are hanging around. So always great to see some new names, and always great to see the names of people who are regulars. Great to see you again, by the way, Eleventicles. I know it has been a bit. But thank you also to all the people who support the stream. A lot of people do, and it really does mean a lot. If you want to become one of them and support the stream, you can do that by clicking join down below, and you can do it for as little as $5 a month. Or if you don't have any sort of if you don't want to commit to a regular thing because you're afraid you'll forget to ever unsubscribe, you can give a one-time donation over on Ko-fi or donate some subscriptions as Plonktime did today. Huge thanks to Plonktime for that, by the way. Enjoy your memberships, all of you who got them, and enjoy the Zach roping emote. We'll have to see about getting some new emotes in the not too distant future. I know we have some slots that we're not using. Let us know over on Discord if there's some emotes that you think we are missing. Ooh, Zondebach has become a fan. Let's get you a fan dance. Woohoo! 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 Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Zondebach. Welcome. Great to see you, and I hope to see you again soon. As Tristan says, the next stream is coming right up on Sunday, so I hope to see you then. And last but not least, I like to thank the Turbines, the people who donate at the top level. So those are David, Nordy, Franco, Daniel, Danita, Nell, and Plonktime. Thank you to all of you. I will see you all, I hope, real soon. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.